smells so good. Ay kundang ihangtot, mapapuntagan pero lingaw man pod. Sa balay man o trabaho, bisan na sa man ka mo adto. Giving you the best music, diri lang sa Z-Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawanon na probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawanon na pasilya, Z-Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawanon na probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawanon na pagsibya, Z-Radio. Don't stop. Sa Z-Radio tagaan mong lingaw, kay giving you the best music and everything, that's what make us proud. So turn your radio up, don't stop. Chillin' while we tune in sa radio. All day, all night, diri lang sa Z-Radio. Bisan o gasa pa kapadulong, sa balay man o trabaho. Giving you the best music and everything, diri lang sa Z-Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawanon na probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawanon na pasilya, Z-Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawanon na probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawanon na pagsibya, Z-Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawanon na probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawanon na pasilya, Z-Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawanon na probinsya, Z-Radio. Sa Bulawanon na pagsibya, Z-Radio.
Nagasibya gikan sa Bulawanong probinsya sa Davao de Oro. Kini ang Siguradong Lingaw.
Siguradong lingaw.
Siguradong Kuyaw.
Siguradong kuyaw.
88.5 Z-Radio.
This is Z-Radio 88.5.
Z-Radio 88.5. Siguradong lingaw. Siguradong kuyaw.
not a vessel to be filled, but a fire to be kindled. Embracing the new normal and addressing the challenge of quality in basic education, you are listening to Radyo Z-Eskwela, Siguradong Masaya! You can also listen and watch this episode via live stream at Z Radio 88.5 and DepEd Tayo Division of Davao de Oro Facebook pages.
Hello kids! Welcome to another learning session in English 5 here in Radyo Z-Eskwela. Sit back and relax. Get your pen and modules. This is Ma'am Jennifer Caballero of King Central Elementary School SPED Center, your teacher for today. Today, you will be learning how to summarize various text types based on elements. Are you excited for this lesson? If you do, please listen attentively. Let us know first the learning objectives for this session. At the end of this module, you are expected to summarize various text types based on elements. Kids, please take note that a summary is a brief statement or account of the main points of a written or verbal text. To summarize a written text, you must read keenly by finding and identifying the main ideas and supporting ideas. Then, you must briefly write down those ideas in a few sentences or a paragraph. In writing it, you have to bring out the most important ideas of the original text. It must still answer the questions, beginning with who, what, when, where, why, and how. Before we proceed with our activity, let us check first what you have learned with our previous lesson. Let us distinguish the text type written below. For number 1, the last group is called for keeps. These are my things that can still be used and are valuable to me. What type of text is this? Yes, classification. For number 2, seahorses mate differently from other animals. What type of text is this? Yes, it is explanation text type. Number 3, finally, she doesn't feel sad anymore because she now got the chance to play with the other kittens. What type of text is this? Very good! It's time order text type. Wow! You really listened and understand our previous lesson. Alright kids, let us read the story entitled A Nest in My Hair. I will read to you the story. I am Roy, and I don't mind people commenting about my hair at all. In fact, I rather enjoy it. But one day, something happened which made me run to the barber shop. A small bird began to build its nest on my hair. It happened like this. I was lying on the grass under the tree in our yard, daydreaming as usual. Around me, everything was still and silent. I was enjoying the silence and I lay there half asleep. I was dreaming about going to places like Baguio, Tagaytay, Boracay, Cebu, Bohol, and Palawan. I fell fast asleep. It was then that a small bird flew down from a tree onto my head and began building a nest on my hair. After a while, it began singing, and that woke me up. Never before in my life had I heard a song of a bird so clearly. The sound seemed so strange and new, and yet, at the same time, so natural and so old. I lay there listening happily until I realized that it was singing from my head. I felt a sense of shock. It was not right for anyone to have a bird in his hair. I jumped up and hurried to town while the bird flew away in fright. Everybody was right. I simply must have a haircut so that birds won't build their nests on my hair. A man named Aram had a barber shop. People said he was not a barber. Some said he was a farmer, and others said he was a philosopher. I don't know. I just needed a haircut. I soon reached the shop and found Aram sleeping at the table with book open in front of him. I woke him up and said, "Will you cut my hair, please? I have 25 cents." Based on the story that we read, let us try to fill in the story map for us to give the summary of the story. What is a story map? A story map is a strategy that uses a graphic organizer to help learn the elements of a book or story. We can learn the details of the story by identifying its elements such as characters, plot, setting, problem, and solution. Now, this is an example of a story map. Here you need to fill in the following elements of the story. First is the title, the setting, the main characters, the problem, events, and moral to come up with a summary. Based on the story that we have read, let us fill in the information that can be seen in the story map. I will give you 5 minutes to do the task.
The Radyo Z-Eskwela program of the Division of Davao de Oro is being brought to you by Nueda Builders Construction and Supply Incorporated, Maverick Builders Incorporated, Mitch Construction and Supply, Archicons Architectural Construction and Supply, DB Construction and Supply, Hanaway Builders Corporation, Phoenix Corvada Tagum Gasoline Station, Master Construction and Supplies, Mackenzie Builders, GP&H Construction Incorporated, Metro Gear Construction Corporation, NEN Builders and Development Services Corporation, Max Mays Enterprises Incorporated, We Inc. Construction Company, Rangay Construction and Supply, East Sussex Enterprise, WM Construction, Councilor Boogie and Miss Marjorie Vertodazo, Icon Builders and Supply, and Apex Mining Company Incorporated.
Title: A Nest in My Hair. Setting: in a yard and under a tree. Main characters: Roy, a bird, and Aram. Problem: Roy doesn't want to have his hair cut. Events: Roy was lying on the yard under a tree and half asleep when a bird started to build nest on his hair. Moral: Always maintain good grooming so that you will not be mistaken as something else, such as a place to build a nest. We use the different elements of the story. We can construct a summary such as: Roy was a boy who didn't want a haircut, but his mind changed when a bird mistakenly built a nest on his hair. Immediately, he decided to get a haircut at a barber shop. We can also use another strategy such as: somebody or something wanted, but, so, then structure to get a summary of the story we read or listen to. Somebody or something includes the main character of the story or what the topic is all about. Wanted includes what the character wanted or what the topic wants to tell. But includes the problem or conflict in the story or passage. So, includes how the character solved the problem or how the conflict in the passage is solved. Then structure includes the final event or end of the story or a conclusion to the topic. Let us have an example using a somebody, something, wanted, but, so, then structure. I will read to you the passage. Lily was excited in 5th grade this year because it meant she was old enough to go to the scouting camp. Ever since she heard about the 3-night school camping to a local campground that was an important yearly activity for Mabuti Elementary School, she could not wait to go. Mom, I have the permission slip for you to sign to go to scouting camp. Yippee! I'm finally in 5th grade and I get to go to scouting camp, Lily exclaimed when she got home from school. Lily loved to go on outdoor activities like camping and scouting, so she couldn't wait to be out in nature and do adventures. Her mom hugged her as she read the letter. Suddenly, her mom's face changed from pure joy to a sad, concerned expression. Oh, sweetie, it says we have to pay 1,000 pesos for the camping. I'm so sorry, but we can't afford it right now. You know things are tight now, her mom said to her. Lily was crushed. She ran to her room crying. As she lay in bed, she thought to herself, I'm going to find a way to get the money I need to go to the camping site. There has to be a way. Lily couldn't feel mad at her mom because it wasn't her fault that she lost her job a few months before and had been trying hard to get a new one with no luck. Lily grabbed a notebook and wrote down some ideas for ways to raise the money. By dinner time, she had a list of 5 ideas, which included selling her clothes, asking her grandpa for money, and hosting a car wash and bake sale event. She showed the list to her mom, hopeful that she would approve one of her ideas. Her mom agreed that she could do a car wash and bake sale to raise the funds needed for the camping. The following weekend, Lily and her mom worked tirelessly to wash cars, and sell baked goods in front of their house. It worked. They raised a total of 1,625 pesos. The mother and daughter team was thrilled. On Monday, Lily proudly turned in her permission slip and money to her teacher. Okay, now is the time to answer the chart. I will give you 5 minutes to do the task. Take note, you have to write your answers in a sentence form. Time's up. Let us answer the activity. For somebody, Lily. For wanted, join the camping. But her mother cannot afford the camping fee. So, she raised funds through hard work with her mother. Then, they were able to pay the camping fee and she was very happy. Summary: Lily is in 5th grade who wants to join the school camping activity. However, her mother cannot afford to send her to the camp. So, she initiated the fundraising together with her mother just to complete the camping fee, and indeed, she succeeded. Kids, always remember that there are various ways of making a summary. This module has presented to you the techniques called the somebody, wanted, but, so, then structure, and the story map format. Remember also that the key points in every passage, story, paragraph, or any text type which can answer the questions beginning with what, where, who, why, and how must be included in the summary. It will help in getting the gist of what we are reading, thus making summarizing easy.
The Radyo Z-Eskwela program of the Division of Davao de Oro is being brought to you by Nueda Builders Construction and Supply Incorporated, Maverick Builders Incorporated, Mitch Construction and Supply, Archicons Architectural Construction and Supply, DB Construction and Supply, Hanaway Builders Corporation, Phoenix Corvada Tagum Gasoline Station, Master Construction and Supplies, Mackenzie Builders, GP&H Construction Incorporated, Metro Gear Construction Corporation, NEN Builders and Development Services Corporation, Max Mays Enterprises Incorporated, We Inc. Construction Company, Rangay Construction and Supply, East Sussex Enterprise, WM Construction, Councilor Boogie and Miss Marjorie Vertodazo, Icon Builders and Supply, and Apex Mining Company Incorporated.
Oops, we are not done yet. Please do the activity below to check how far you have understood the lesson. Read the paragraph and summarize it according to its elements. I will read to you the story once. Ray and his friends went hiking. They set up their camp in an open clearing in the woods. The boys set up their tents and immediately went to gather wood to make a campfire. Ray, Cedric, and Johnny walked through the trees to gather the wood that was on the ground. The sun began to go down behind the trees, and Ray realized he had forgotten his flashlight in his backpack. The boys hurried so they could find enough wood quickly and make it back to camp before dark. With arms full of firewood, the boys jogged back to the clearing area and set the wood down next to the fire pit. I will give you 5 minutes to do the task. Good luck! Alright, time is up. After noting down the different elements of a story, you may have a summary of important facts similar to this. Ray and his friends went hiking, and part of their activity is to build a campfire. They quickly gather woods and set them up in the fire pit before dark because Ray forgot his flashlight in his backpack. It looks like you are through with this activity sheet. Congratulations on actively engaging in each of the activities prepared for you. Learning to summarize a passage or article using the different graphic organizers. It might be confusing from the start, but as you go on learning more about this lesson, you will be able to do it easily. We will have question and answer portion after this. For the next 5 minutes, we will entertain clarifications regarding our topic. You can post comments on the Z Radio 88.5 Facebook Live and DepEd Tayo Division of Davao de Oro Watch Party. Again, you can post comments on the Z Radio 88.5 Facebook Live and DepEd Tayo Division of Davao de Oro Watch Party. Just a reminder, questions to be entertained are purely related to the topic we discussed. We will cater only for 5 minutes.
Today indeed is a worthwhile learning experience for our subject in English 5. This is Ma'am Jennifer Caballero leaving you with this inspiring quote from Colin Powell. There are no secrets to success. It is the result of preparation, hard work, and learning from failure. Until next time, have a great day. God bless everyone.
Radyo Z-Eskwela Executive and Technical Working Committee. The school's Division Superintendent, Eufemia T. Gamutin Seso 5. Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Romel R. Handayan. Curriculum Implementation Division OIC Chief, Dr. Arlene B. Lim. School Governance and Operations Division, Dr. Ruben J. Riponte. Program Director, Dr. Arlene B. Lim. Assistant Program Director, Noemi P. Canales. Members, Cecilia Morales, Dr. Hilda A. Opeña, Dr. Eldecris B. Calzadora, Dr. Dexter A. Siquinia, Nohara O. Pinute, Dr. Grace D. Pontillas, Dr. Renato N. Pakpakin, Dr. Andy P. Cabodok, Juanito Lapiceros, Engineer Norberto S. Manlangit, Ryan Villanueva, Jomar M. Dumupoy, Bob Daylan S. Milabat, Medard D. Apit, and Paz Eugenia Villusino. Technical Working Committee, Production and Communications, Lorely E. Quijano, Given G. Hinampas, Judiland T. Yu, Donna D. T. Bolifer, Mary Rose N. Resma, Riwen C. Manuel, Irene Lea C. Manguhon, and Bessie Aya N. Banyes. Social Media and Packaging Team, Christian Anhara L. Martesio, William R. Lanara, Joan T. Iscoton, Roberto S. Acusar Jr., May B. Istaniol, Richard H. Arellano, Ralph A. Tabanyag, Angelo C. Gutierrez Jr., Jade Karen R. Arais, Eliza May Garsuta, Sedi S. Caballero, and Jane S. Caballero. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Right and only here at Z Radio 88.5, ang istasyong siguradong lingaw, siguradong kuyaw.
Tara, magklase na ta! Tara, tara! Sige, sige! Let's go!
Kunin na ang radyo, hanapin ang Z Radio. Halika Halika na at makinig, mag-aaral tayo! Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, makinig, matuto. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, may matutuhang bago. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela. Umulan man umaraw, ganun nga siya'y susulong. Kaya, halika na, mag-aaral tayo! Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, makinig matuto. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, may matutuhang bago. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela.
Handog ng DepEd Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya!
Let's go! Katambalan ng pag-ahon, isang bansang puso ay pinag-iisa.
Nang diin, lahat tayo'y uunlad at aangat.
Ganyan tayo, kabrigada, diwa ng bayanihan, atin ang kasimula. Man ang mararating, mananatiling tayo ay magkasangga. Dahil sa tuwing kasama ka, kabayani kabrigada, lahat ang ikawin gawin, bigat ay kayang buhatin. Ito ang pusong brigada, paalala ay pinapaganda. Pusong brigada eskwela, walang iwanan tayo.
Paaralan, tinatawag na tahanan.
Aalagaan, patuloy pagyamanin, kulay at tinig, panatilihin natin.
Ito lang,
Kapit lang,
sama-sama,
walang iwanan,
mananatiling magkasangga.
langit ay kakampirin natin. Ano man ang mararating, mananatiling tayo ay magkasangga. Dahil sa tuwing kasama ka, kabayani kabrigada, lahat ay kayang gawin, bigat ay kayang buhatin. Pusong brigada eskwela, walang iwanan tayo. Walang iwanan tayo.
Radyo Z-Eskwela Executive and Technical Working Committee. The School's Division Superintendent, Eufemia T. Gamutin Seso 5. Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Romel R. Handayan. Curriculum Implementation Division OIC Chief, Dr. Arlene B. Lim. School Governance and Operations Division, Dr. Ruben J. Riponte. Program Director, Dr. Arlene B. Lim. Assistant Program Director, Noemi P. Canales. Members, Cecilia Morales, Dr. Hilda A. Opeña, Dr. Eldecris B. Calzadora, Dr. Dexter A. Sikinia, Nohara O. Pinute, Dr. Grace Dilias, Dr. Renato N. Pakpakin, Dr. Andy P. Cabodok, Juanito Lapiceros, Engineer Norberto S. Manlangit, Ryan Villanueva, Jomar M. Dumupoy, Bob Daylan S. Milabat, Medard D. Apit, and Paz Eugenia Villusino. Technical Working Committee, Production and Communications, Lorely E. Quijano, Given G. Hinampas, Judiland T. Yu, Donna D. T. Bolifer, Mary Rose N. Resma, Riwen C. Manuel, Irene Lea C. Manguhon, and Bessie Aya N. Banyes. Social Media and Packaging Team, Christian Anhara L. Martesio, William R. Lanara, Joan T. Iscoton, Roberto S. Acusar Jr., May B. Istanyol, Richard H. Arellano, Ralph A. Tabanyag, Angelo C. Gutierrez Jr., Jade Karen R. Arais, Eliza May Garsuta, Sedi S. Caballero, and Jane S. Caballero. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Right and only here at Z Radio 88.5, ang istasyong siguradong lingaw, siguradong kuyaw.
Sabay-sabay na babangon, sama-samang ahon, ihanda ang sarili sa hamon. Ipapipigil sa pagsulong sa kinabukasan ng katuon, para sa di kalidad na edukasyon.
Balik eskwela na naman, sa puso ang kahandaan, handang isip, handa bukas, sa pagkakaisa ay may lakas.
Ito na ang new normal, online learning at modular. Di na kailangang mag-face to face, gamit ng cellphone at radio base. Yakapin na ang pagbabago, pahirapan kaya natin to. Lakasan ng iyong loob, sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo. Kristiyano katutubo, isang hanggarin san patungo. Ipagpatuloy pag-aaral mo, tagumpay ay naghihintay sa'yo.
Balik eskwela na naman, sa puso ang kahandaan, handang isip, handa bukas, sa pagkakaisa ay may lakas.
Ito na ang new normal, online learning at modular. Di na kailangang mag-face to face, gamit ng cellphone at radio base. Yakapin na ang pagbabago, pahirapan kaya natin to. Lakasan ng iyong loob, sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo.
Isang alang-alang natin ang ating kaligtasan, sa bawat oras at panahon, magpakailanman. Hangad palagi ng ating paaralan, ang matuto, gayon din maging ligtas ang kabataan. Tayo ay magkaisa, halina't sama-sama, kasali lahat, kasama lahat, para sa lahat. Pilipinas, maghanda ka na, balik eskwela na, tara. Tayong lahat, sabay-sabay, pagkakaisa ay may lakas.
Ito na ang new normal, online learning at modular. Di na kailangang mag-face to face, gamit ng cellphone at radio base. Yakapin na ang pagbabago, pahirapan kaya natin to. Lakasan ng iyong loob, sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo. Sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo. Sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo. Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo. Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo. Di mo alintana mga batikos at pangungutya, lalong-lalo na sa panahon ng pandemya. Ika'y di sumusuko, lumalaban at nangangako, maihatid pa rin ang serbisyong totoo. Para sa kabataan, ginagawa ang lahat Maibigay lang ang edukasyong karapat-dapat. Kaya't ang awit kong ito ialay ko sa'yo. Deped ako'y saludo sa'yo sa katapatan mo sa Pilipino. Ngayong kaarawan mo, tanggapin mo ang pagpupugay ko. O deped ako'y saludo sa'yo. Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo. Ika'y pinangungunahan ng isang superwoman. Walang iba, Madam Leonor Briones lang naman. Sa ngalan ng serbisyo, dedikasyon sa trabaho, pagmamahal ng isang ina, nararamdaman ko. Ikaw ang humuhubog sa aming kinabukasan. Laging inuuna ang kapakanan ng kabataan. Kaya't ang awit kong ito ialay ko sa'yo. Deped ako'y saludo sa'yo sa katapatan mo sa Pilipino. Ngayong kaarawan mo, tanggapin mo ang pagpupugay ko. O deped ako'y saludo sa'yo. Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo. Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo.
Laging handa. Laging handa. Bahatag tuyot, sunog, lindol, bagyo, mga kalamidad na likas sa ating mundo. Napapahamak ang buhay at kabuhayan. Kaya naman kailangan ngang paghandaan.
Maging handa, maging alerto. Tungkulin to ng bawat mamamayan. Kaya tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat-dapat na maging laging handa. Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat-dapat na maging laging handa. Laging handa.
Kalamidad ay maaasahang darating.
Sa di inaasahang oras,
Kaya naman hindi na dapat hintayin. Unahan na habang di pa natataranta.
maging handa, maging alerto. Tungkulin to ng bawat mamamayan. Kaya tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat-dapat na maging laging handa. Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat-dapat pati ang iyong kapaligiran. Saan ka ba nakatira? Diyan ba ay bumabaha? Tuwing gamot pagkain, kumot pang sindi, first aid kit, mga gamit panligtas ng buhay dapat mabitbit. At sakaling lumindol o sumabog ang bulkan, meron bang matagdaanan palayo sa kasawian? Panahon ay malupit at ang hangin hagupit, mabuti na lang na tayo ay laging nakahanda.
Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat-dapat na maging laging handa. Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat-dapat na maging laging handa.
This message was brought to you by the Department of Education with the support of World Vision Development Foundation.
Magbayanihan na, magbayanihan na, bayanihan, pagtutulungan, walang kupas na kaugalian. Nagtagatibay, sinasabuhay, galak sa puso ay walang kapantay. Panahon na naman ang brigada, pabigisin lakas at diwa. Tara na brigada na, brigada, eskwela, magkaisa sama-sama. Brigada, eskwela, salib na buong barkada. Brigada, eskwela, kilos na, magbayanihan na. Ikaw ako, tayong lahat, hawak kamay, sabay-sabay, kapit-bisig, buong bayan. Tara na, kumilos na. Tulong-tulong sa pagsulong, hatid na kalidad sa edukasyon. Sa kabataan, saya at dunong, buong madla sabay na aahon. Panahon na naman ng brigada, pagbigisin lakas at diwa. Tara na brigada na, brigada, eskwela, magkaisa sama-sama. Brigada, eskwela, salib na buong barkada. Brigada, eskwela, kilos na, magbayanihan na. Brigada, eskwela, kilos na, magbayanihan na. Brigada, sabay-sabayan na, sabay-sabayan na.
One great day, grade 6 learners. How are you all doing? I hope you are all in good health and in high spirits. This is teacher Judelan once again. Welcome to another English lesson here on Radyo Z-Eskwela, Siguradong Masaya. Are you ready? Well then, let's get the ball rolling. For today's lesson, we shall be learning how to evaluate narratives based on how the author developed the elements. Point of view. To begin with your learning journey, let us first have this activity. Spot the hidden words in this picture and write them on the table in ascending order. Don't worry, because these words are very familiar to you, I'm sure. Hurry and give it a try. Time is up. Now, let's check your answers. Your answers should be first, second, and third. Great job, learners! Now, it's about time to study. Read and understand the selection found on page 2. Then, answer the following questions to begin with your learning journey. Choose the letter of the correct answer. The questions are: number 1. What was the story all about? What was the story all about? Number 2. Where did the narrator tell this story? Again, where did the narrator tell this story? Number 3. How did the narrator keep her old shoes holding together? How did the narrator keep her old shoes holding together? Number 4. Why did the store cashier refuse to keep the shoes for the narrator? Again, why did the store cashier refuse to keep the shoes for the narrator? And finally, for number 5, who do you think gave it to her without notice? Again, who do you think gave it to her without notice? Alright, let's now read the selection. Read along with me. Are you ready? Let's begin. Tell me a story about your shoes. One Thursday morning, at a soup kitchen in a community center for homeless women in downtown Cagayan de Oro, I was given this gift of a story in response to the opening prompt, "Tell me about your shoes." I pass this story along now in honor of the woman who shared it. You see these beautiful white sneakers? I didn't always have them. My last pair of shoes was pretty sad. I was holding them together with cardboard and masking tape. So I decided to go to the mall to get a new pair. There's a shoe store that often has sneakers I can't afford. Walking through the mall, I knew everyone was looking at me being there. I wanted to get my new shoes quick and leave. Walking down the aisle, I saw a really nice pair of white sneakers. There was only this one pair in my size left. I put them on and couldn't believe how good they felt. I walked around the store in them, thinking how nice it would be if they were mine. I knew I didn't have money to get them that day, but I also knew if I waited, they'd be gone. I brought them up to the front of the store and asked the guy behind the counter if he would hold them for me. He said it was against store policy. I promised him I would come back as soon as I could to buy them, but he just kept shaking his head and saying no, he couldn't. I put my masking tape sneakers back on and left the mall as fast as I could. For weeks, I had to work hard to earn enough money for the sneakers. When I had the money already, I ran to the store and went directly to the shelf where I left it. But it was not there anymore. Sadly, I started walking out of the door, but suddenly the store cashier yelled, "I have your shoes." Hearing what he said, I turned back. I got the money now to pay for them. No, they're already paid for you, he said. I wondered who paid for it, but excitedly I wear my new white sneakers with the money still in my pocket and left my old shoes in the trash bin. I used to think no one was on my side, but on the day I knew that any person I walked by could be the one who gave my new shoes. Whoever they were, I wanted them to know I was saying thank you. All right, let's go back to the questions. Number 1. What was the story all about? Choices are: letter A, new white sneakers. Letter B, your shoes. Letter C, store manager. Again, your choices are: a new white sneakers. Letter B, your shoes. And letter C, store manager. Number 2. Where did the narrator tell this story? Your choices are: letter A, Community Center for Orphan Women. Letter B, Community Center for Unwed Women. And letter C, Community Center for Homeless Women. Again, where did the narrator tell this story? Letter A, Community Center for Orphan Women. Letter B, Community Center for Unwed Women. And letter C, Community Center for Homeless Women. Number 3. How did the narrator keep her old shoes holding together? Letter A, using wooden sheet and masking tape. Letter B, using cardboard and masking tape. And letter C, using paper and masking tape. Again, how did the narrator keep her old shoes holding together? Letter A, using wooden sheet and masking tape. Letter B, using cardboard and masking tape. And letter C, using paper and masking tape. Number 4. Why did the store cashier refuse to keep the shoes for the narrator? Letter A, it was against the store policy. Letter B, it was not his shoes. And letter C, it was bought already. Again, why did the store cashier refuse to keep the shoes for the narrator? Letter A, it was against the store policy. Letter B, it was not his shoes. And letter C, it was bought already. Lastly, for number 5, who do you think gave it to her without notice? Again, who do you think gave it to her without notice? Answer it in your own idea. Let's now check your answers. Number 1. This story is all about letter A, new white sneakers. Number 2. The narrator told this story at the community center for homeless women. Letter C. Number 3. The narrator kept her old shoes holding together by using cardboard and masking tape. Letter B. For number 4, the store cashier refused to keep the shoes for the narrator because it was against the store policy. That's letter A. And for number 5, you may have varied answers. Fantastic job, learners! This time, let's get back to the story and understand more about the point of view of the narrator. But before you proceed with the activity, read about the different point of views that a story narrator may use. Let's read. Number 1. First person point of view involves the use of either of the two pronouns, I and we. In the first person point of view, the narrator, who may also be a character, participates in the action of the story. Example, I felt like I was flying above the clouds. Number 2. Second person point of view employs the pronoun you. In the second person point of view, the writer uses a narrative onlooker who is saying something about you, the reader. For example, you went to school that morning. The second person point of view is rarely used in narratives since it is difficult to develop a set of characters and a story in which the second person is appropriate. Moreover, it is easy to maintain a second person narrative in a longer piece of writing. Example, sometimes you have to think twice or even several times before you decide. Number 3. Third person point of view uses pronouns like he, she, it, they, or a name of a character. In the third person point of view, the narrator does not participate in the action of the story as one of the characters. But let us know exactly what the characters think and how the characters act and feel. We learn about the characters through their outside voice. Example, once there lived a hen with her 5 chicks. The hen was as red as beetroot. She had 3 friends, a duck, a cat, and a dog. They all lived happily. Alright, I hope you are learning very well so far. Right now, we are taking a short break. When we return, we are going to have a set of activities. So, stay tuned. I will be right back.
The Radyo Z-Eskwela program of the Division of Davao de Oro is being brought to you by Nueda Builders Construction and Supply Incorporated, Maverick Builders Incorporated, Mitch Construction and Supply, Archicons Architectural Construction and Supply, DB Construction and Supply, Hanaway Builders Corporation, Phoenix Corvada Tagum Gasoline Station, Master Construction and Supplies, Mackenzie Builders, GP&H Construction Incorporated, Metro Gear Construction Corporation, NEN Builders and Development Services Corporation, Max Mays Enterprises Incorporated, We Inc. Construction Company, Rangay Construction and Supply, East Sussex Enterprise, WM Construction, Councilor Boogie and Miss Marjorie Vertodazo, Icon Builders and Supply, and Apex Mining Company Incorporated.
And we are back. Ready for the next activity? Read the following excerpt from the story, Tell Me About Your Shoes. Then, answer the following questions correctly. For our first excerpt, I was holding them together with cardboard and masking tape. I decided to go to the mall to get a new pair. There's a shoe store there that often has sneakers I can afford. Here are the questions. Number 1. What pronoun was used to begin the first and second sentences? Again, what pronoun was used to begin the first and second sentences? The correct answer is I. Number 2. Who do you think is the narrator of the story? Is he or she one of the characters? Again, who do you think is the narrator of the story? Is he or she one of the characters? The answer is yes. Number 3. From what point of view do you think the narrative was narrated? Again, from what point of view do you think the narrative was narrated? The answer is first person. Let's move to the next excerpt. No, they're already paid for you, he said. The questions are: Number 1. What pronoun was used by the store cashier to refer to the buyer? Again, what pronoun was used by the store cashier to refer to the buyer? The answer is you. Number 2. What point of view uses you in narrating? Again, what point of view uses you in narrating? Your answer should be second person. For our last excerpt, he said it was against store policy. I promised him I would come back as soon as I could to buy them, but he just kept shaking his head and saying no, he couldn't. The questions are: Number 1. What pronouns were used to refer to the store cashier? Again, what pronouns were used to refer to the store cashier? The pronouns used were he, him, and his. Number 2. What point of view uses he, him, his in narrating? Number 2. What point of view uses he, him, his in narrating? The correct answer is third person. Fantastic job, learners! We are now going to practice more. Read the excerpts from the story The Red Hen and Her Friends and identify the point of view presented in each statement. Write your answer to the opposite column of each statement. Take note of the pronouns used. They will be your guide. Let's begin. Number 1. Hey, who among you wish to plant this seed? Again. Hey, who among you wish to plant this seed? Number 2. The red hen spoke up as she labored all day long. By evening, she had 2 gunny bags full of wheat. Again, the red hen spoke up as she labored all day long. By evening, she had 2 gunny bags full of wheat. Number 3. All right, I will do it then by myself, said the hen. Again, all right, I will do it then by myself, said the hen. Let's now check your answers. For number 1, the correct answer is second person. Number 2, the correct answer should be third person. And lastly, for number 3, first person. Another fantastic work, learners! So it's time to have another short break as we prepare ourselves for the last and final activity. Stay right there because we will be back in a moment.
The Radyo Z-Eskwela program of the Division of Davao de Oro is being brought to you by Nueda Builders Construction and Supply Incorporated, Maverick Builders Incorporated, Mitch Construction and Supply, Archicons Architectural Construction and Supply, DB Construction and Supply, Hanaway Builders Corporation, Phoenix Corvada Tagum Gasoline Station, Master Construction and Supplies, Mackenzie Builders, GP&H Construction Incorporated, Metro Gear Construction Corporation, NEN Builders and Development Services Corporation, Max Mays Enterprises Incorporated, We Inc. Construction Company, Rangay Construction and Supply, East Sussex Enterprise, WM Construction, Councilor Boogie and Miss Marjorie Vertodazo, Icon Builders and Supply, and Apex Mining Company Incorporated.
Teacher Judyland is back. Thank you for waiting. We are now down to our last activity. Now, read the following excerpts from the narratives, then identify the narrator's point of view. Write F if the excerpt is in the first person point of view. S if it is in the second person, and T if it is in the third person. Again, write F if the excerpt is in the first person point of view. S if it is in the second person, and T if it is in the third person. Let's do it! Number 1. Shelley said, I hate this feeling. I can't sleep. I don't want to hear the soft music. I need to drink water, I guess. Again. Shelley said, I hate this feeling. I can't sleep. I don't want to hear the soft music. I need to drink water, I guess. Number 2. You are a mountain climber. Your instructor said that you had natural skills as a climber. Again. You are a mountain climber. Your instructor said that you had natural skills as a climber. Number 3. It all began when Miss Frizzle showed our class a film about the human body. She knew trouble was about to start. She was the strangest teacher in the school. Again, it all began when Miss Frizzle showed our class a film about the human body. She knew trouble was about to start. She was the strangest teacher in the school. Let us now check your answers. For number 1, Shelley said, I hate this feeling. I can't sleep. I don't want to hear the soft music. I need to drink water, I guess. The correct answer is F. First person. Number 2. You are a mountain climber. Your instructor said that you had natural skills as a climber. The answer is S. Second person. Lastly, for number 3, it all began when Miss Frizzle showed our class a film about the human body. She knew trouble was about to start. She was the strangest teacher in the school. The correct answer is T. Third person. Great job, learners! And that concludes our lesson for today. Please be reminded to submit your outputs to your English teachers. This has been Teacher Judeland, thanking you for your attention during the entire lesson. You will hear from me again next month right here on Radyo Z-Eskwela, Siguradong Masaya. Always remember, with English language, you are at home, anywhere. Until our next lesson.
Radyo Z-Eskwela Executive and Technical Working Committee. The school's Division Superintendent, Eufemia T. Gamutin Seso 5. Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Romel R. Handayan. Curriculum Implementation Division OIC Chief, Dr. Arlene B. Lim. School Governance and Operations Division, Dr. Ruben J. Riponte. Program Director, Dr. Arlene B. Lim. Assistant Program Director, Noemi P. Canales. Members, Cecilia Morales, Dr. Hilda A. Opena, Dr. Eldecris B. Calzadora, Dr. Dexter A. Sikinia, Nohara O. Pinute, Dr. Grace D. Pontillas, Dr. Renato M. Pakpakin, Dr. Andy P. Cabodok, Juanito Lapiceros, Engineer Norberto S. Manlangi, Ryan Villanueva, Jomar M. Dumupoy, Bob Daylan S. Milabat, Medard D. Apit, and Paz Eugenia Villusino. Technical Working Committee, Production and Communications, Lorely E. Quijano, Given G. Hinampas, Judilan T. Yu, Donna D. T. Bolivar, Mary Rose N. Resma, Riwen C. Manuel, Irene Lea C. Manguhon, and Bessie Aya N. Banyes. Social Media and Packaging Team, Christian Anhara L. Martesio, William R. Ranara, Joan T. Iscoton, Roberto S. Acusar Jr., May B. Istaniol, Richard H. Arellano, Ralph A. Tabanyag, Angelo C. Gutierrez Jr., Jade Karen R. Arais, Eliza May Garsuta, Sedi S. Caballero, and Jane S. Caballero. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Right and only here at Z Radio 88.5, ang istasyong siguradong lingaw, siguradong kuyaw.
Hoy, tara, magklase na ta! Tara, tara! Sige, sige! Let's go!
Kunin na ang radyo, hanapin ang Z-Radio. Halika na at makinig, mag-aaral tayo! Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, makinig, matuto. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, may matutuhan bago. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela. Umulan man umaraw, ganun ka siya'y susulong. Kaya halika na, mag-aaral tayo! Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, makinig matuto. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, may matutuhang bago. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela.
Handog ng DepEd Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya!
Let's go! Katambalan ng pag-ahon, isang bansang puso ay pinag-iisa.
Nang dikiing, lahat tayo'y uunlad at aangat.
Ganyan tayo, kabrigada, diwa ng bayanihan, atin ang nasimula. Man ang mararating, mananatiling tayo ay magkasangga. Dahil sa tuwing kasama ka, kabayani kabrigada, lahat ang ikayang gawin, bigat ay kayang buhatin. Ito ang pusong brigada, paalala ay pinapaganda. Pusong brigada eskwela, walang iwanan tayo.
Paaralan, tinatawag na tahanan.
Aalagaan, patuloy pagyamanin, kulay at tinig, panatilihin natin. Kapit lang,
Sama-sama,
walang iwanan,
mananatiling magkasangga.
langit ay kakampirin natin. Ano man ang mararating, mananatiling tayo ay magkasangga. Dahil sa tuwing kasama ka, kabayani kabrigada, lahat ay kayang gawin, bigat ay kayang buhatin. Pusong brigada eskwela, walang iwanan tayo. Walang iwanan tayo.
Radyo Z-Eskwela Executive and Technical Working Committee. The School's Division Superintendent, Eufemia T. Gamutin Seso 5. Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Romel R. Handayan. Curriculum Implementation Division OIC Chief, Dr. Arlene B. Lim. School Governance and Operations Division, Dr. Ruben J. Riponte. Program Director, Dr. Arlene B. Lim. Assistant Program Director, Noemi P. Canales. Members, Cecilia Morales, Dr. Hilda A. Opena, Dr. Eldecris B. Calzadora, Dr. Dexter A. Sikinia, Nohara O. Pinute, Dr. Grace D. Pontillas, Dr. Renato N. Pakpakin, Dr. Andy P. Cabodok, Juanito Lapiceros, Engineer Norberto S. Manlangit, Ryan Villanueva, Jomar M. Dumupoy, Bob Daylan S. Milabat, Medard D. Apit, and Paz Eugenia Villusino. Technical Working Committee, Production and Communications, Lorely E. Quijano, Given G. Hinampas, Judilan T. Yu, Donna D. T. Bolifer, Mary Rose N. Resma, Riwen C. Manuel, Irene Leia C. Manguhon, and Bessie Aya N. Banyes. Social Media and Packaging Team, Christian Anhara L. Martesio, William R. Ranara, Joan T. Iscoton, Roberto S. Acusar Jr., May B. Istaniol, Richard H. Arellano, Ralph A. Tabanyag, Angelo C. Gutierrez Jr., Jade Karen R. Arais, Eliza May Garsuta, Sedi S. Caballero, and Jane S. Caballero. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Right and only here at Z Radio 88.5, ang istasyong siguradong lingaw, siguradong kuyaw.
Sabay-sabay na babangon, sama-samang ahon, ihanda ang sarili sa hamon. Ipapipigil sa pagsulong sa kinabukasan na katuon, para sa di kalidad na edukasyon. Balik eskwela na naman, sa puso ang kahandaan, handang isip, handa bukas, sa pagkakaisa ay may lakas. Ito na ang new normal, online learning at modular. Di na kailangang mag-face to face, gamit ng cellphone at radio base. Yakapin na ang pagbabago, pahirapan, kaya natin to. Lakasan ang iyong loob, sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo. Kristiyano at katutubo, isang hanggarin san patungo, ipagpatuloy pag-aaral mo, tagumpay ay naghihintay sa'yo. Balik eskwela na naman, sa puso ang kahandaan, handang isip, handa bukas, sa pagkakaisa ay may lakas. Cellphone at radio base, yakapin na ang pagbabago, pahirapan, kaya natin to. Lakasan ang iyong loob, sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo. Isang alang-alang natin ang ating kaligtasan, sa bawat oras at panahon, magpakailanman, hangat palagi ng ating paaralan, ang matuto, gayon din maging ligtas ang kabataan. Tayo ay magkaisa, halina't sama-sama, kasali lahat, kasama lahat, para sa lahat. Pilipinas, maghanda ka na, balik eskwela na, tara. Tayong lahat, sabay-sabay, pagkakaisa ay may lakas. Ito na ang new normal, online learning at modular. Di na kailangang mag-face to face, cellphone at radio base, yakapin na ang pagbabago, pahirapan, kaya natin to. Lakasan ang iyong loob, sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo.
saludo ako sa'yo. Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo. Di mo alintana mga batikos at pangungutya, lalong-lalo na sa panahon ng pandemya. Ika'y di sumusuko, lumalaban at nangangako, maihatid pa rin ang serbisyong totoo. Para sa kabataan, ginagawa ang lahat, maibigay lang ang edukasyong karapat-dapat. Kaya't ang awit kong ito ialay ko sa'yo. Deped ako'y saludo sa'yo sa katapatan mo sa Pilipino. Ngayong kaarawan mo, tanggapin mo ang pagpupugay ko. O deped ako'y saludo sa'yo. Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo. Ika'y pinangungunahan ng isang superwoman, walang iba, Madam Leonor Briones lang naman. Sa ngalan ng serbisyo, dedikasyon sa trabaho, pagmamahal ng isang ina, nararamdaman ko. Ikaw ang humuhubog sa aming kinabukasan, laging inuuna ang kapakanan ng kabataan. Kaya't ang awit kong ito ialay ko sa'yo. Deped ako'y saludo sa'yo sa katapatan mo sa Pilipino. Ngayong kaarawan mo, tanggapin mo ang pagpupugay ko. O deped ako'y saludo sa'yo. Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo. Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo.
Laging handa. Laging handa. Bahatag tuyot, sunog, lindol, bagyo, mga kalamidad na likas sa ating mundo. Napapahamak ang buhay at kabuhayan, kaya naman kailangan ngang paghandaan.
Maging handa, maging alerto, tungkulin to ng bawat mamamayan. Kaya tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat-dapat na maging laging handa. Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat-dapat na maging laging handa. Laging handa.
Kalamidad ay maaasahang darating.
Sa di inaasahang oras, Maging handa, maging alerto. Tungkulin to ng bawat mamamayan. Kaya tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat-dapat na maging laging handa. Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat-dapat na maging laging handa.
Suriin mo mabuti ang iyong kapaligiran. Saan ka ba nakatira? Diyan ba ay bumabaha? Tuwing gamot pagkain, kumot pang sindi, first aid kit, mga gamit pangligtas ng buhay dapat mabitbit. At sakaling lumindol o sumabog ang bulkan, meron bang madadaanan palayo sa kasawian? Panahon ay malupit at ang hangin hagupit. Mabuti na lang na tayo ay laging nakahanda.
Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat-dapat na maging laging handa. Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat-dapat na maging laging handa.
This message was brought to you by the Department of Education with the support of World Vision Development Foundation.
Magbayanihan na, magbayanihan na, bayanihan, pagtutulungan, walang kupas na kaugalian. Tatag at tibay, sinasabuhay, galak sa puso ay walang kapantay. Panahon na naman ang brigada, pagbigisin, lakas at diwa. Tara na, brigada na, brigada, eskwela, magkaisa, sama-sama. Brigada, eskwela, salin na buong barkada. Brigada, eskwela, kilos na, magbayanihan na. Ikaw ako, tayong lahat, hawak kamay, sabay-sabay, kapit-bisig, buong bayan. Tara na, kumilos na. Tulong-tulong sa pagsulong, hatid na kalidad sa edukasyon. Sa kabataan, saya at dunong, buong madla sabay na aahon. Panahon na naman ng brigada, pagbigisin, lakas at diwa. Tara na, brigada na, brigada, eskwela, magkaisa, sama-sama. Brigada, eskwela, salit na buong barkada. Brigada, eskwela, kilos na, magbayanihan na. Brigada, eskwela, kilos na, magbayanihan na. Brigada, sabay-sabay na, sabay-sabayhan na.
Hoy, tara, magklase na ta! Tara, tara! Sige, sige! Let's go!
Kunin na ang radyo, hanapin ang Z-Radio. Halika na at makinig, mag-aaral tayo! Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, makinig, matuto. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, may matutuhang bago. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela. umaraw, edukasyo'y susulong. Kaya, halika na, mag-aaral tayo! Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, makinig matuto. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, may matutuhang bago. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela.
Handog ng DepEd Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya!
Let's go! Katambalan ng pag-ahon, isang bansang puso ay pinag-iisa.
Nang diin, lahat tayo'y uunlad at aangat.
Ganyan tayo, kabrigada, diwa ng bayanihan, atin ang kasimula. Man ang mararating, mananatiling tayo ay magkasangga. Dahil sa tuwing kasama ka, kabayan at kabrigada, lahat ang ika'y gawin, bigat ay kayang buhatin. Ito ang pusong brigada, paalay pinapaganda. Pusong brigada, eskwela, walang iwanan tayo.
Paaralan, tinatawag na tahanan.
Aalagaan, patuloy pagyamanin, kulay at tinig, panatilihin natin. Kapit lang,
Sama-sama,
walang iwanan,
mananatiling magkasangga.
langit ay kakampirin natin. Ano man ang mararating, mananatiling tayo ay magkasangga. Dahil sa tuwing kasama ka, kabayan at kabrigada, lahat ay kayang gawin, bigat ay kayang buhatin. Pusong brigada, eskwela, walang iwanan tayo. Walang iwanan tayo.
Radyo Z-Eskwela Executive and Technical Working Committee. The School's Division Superintendent, Eufemia T. Gamutin Seso 5. Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Romel R. Handayan. Curriculum Implementation Division OIC Chief, Dr. Arlene B. Lim. School Governance and Operations Division, Dr. Ruben J. Riponte. Program Director, Dr. Arlene B. Lim. Assistant Program Director, Noemi P. Canales. Members, Cecilia Morales, Dr. Hilda A. Opena, Dr. Eldecris B. Calzadora, Dr. Dexter A. Sikinia, Nohara O. Pinute, Dr. Grace D. Pontillas, Dr. Renato N. Pakpakin, Dr. Andy P. Cabodok, Juanito Lapiceros, Engineer Norberto S. Manlangit, Ryan Villanueva, Jomar M. Dumupoy, Bob Daylan S. Milabat, Medard D. Apit, and Paz Eugenia Villusino. Technical Working Committee, Production and Communications, Lorely E. Quijano, Given G. Hinampas, Judiland T. Yu, Donna D. T. Bolifer, Mary Rose N. Resma, Riwen C. Manuel, Irene Lea C. Manguhon, and Bessie Aya N. Banyes. Social Media and Packaging Team, Christian Anhara L. Martesio, William R. Lanara, Joan T. Iscoton, Roberto S. Acusar Jr., May B. Istaniol, Richard H. Arellano, Ralph A. Tabanyag, Angelo C. Gutierrez Jr., Jade Karen R. Arais, Eliza May Garsuta, Sedi S. Caballero, and Jane S. Caballero. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Right and only here at Z Radio 88.5, ang istasyong siguradong lingaw, siguradong kuyaw.
Sabay-sabay na babangon sa Sama-samang ahon, ihanda ang sarili sa hamon. Ipapipigil sa pagsulong sa kinabukasan na katuon, para sa di kalidad na edukasyon. Balik eskwela na naman, sa puso ang kahandaan, handang isip, handa bukas, sa pagkakaisa ay may lakas. Ito na ang new normal, online learning at modular. Di na kailangang mag-face to face, gamit ang cellphone at radio base. Yakapin na ang pagbabago, pahirapan kaya natin to. Lakasan ang iyong loob, sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo. Kristiyano at katutubo, isang hanggaring san patungo. Ipagpatuloy pag-aaral mo, tagumpay ay naghihintay sa'yo. Balik eskwela na naman, sa puso ang kahandaan, handang isip, handa bukas, sa pagkakaisa ay may lakas. Cellphone at radio base, yakapin na ang pagbabago, pahirapan kaya natin to. Lakasan ang iyong loob, sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo.
Isang alang-alang natin ang ating kaligtasan, sa bawat oras at panahon, magpakailanman. Hangat palagi ng ating paaralan ang matuto, gayon din maging ligtas ang kabataan. Tayo ay magkaisa, halina't sama-sama, kasali lahat, kasama lahat, para sa lahat. Pilipinas, maghanda ka na, balik eskwela na, tara. Tayong lahat sabay-sabay, pagkakaisa ay may lakas.
Ito na ang new normal, online learning at modular. Di na kailangang mag-face to face, gamit ang cellphone at radio base. Yakapin na ang pagbabago, pahirapan kaya natin to. Lakasan ang iyong loob, sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo. Sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo. Sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo. Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo. Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo. Di mo alintana mga batikos at pangungutya, lalong-lalo na sa panahon ng pandemya. Ika'y di sumusuko, lumalaban at nangangako, maihatid pa rin ang serbisyong totoo. Para sa kabataan, ginagawa ang lahat, maibigay lang ang edukasyong karapat-dapat. Kaya't ang awit kong ito ialay ko sa'yo. Deped ako'y saludo sa'yo, sa katapatan mo sa Pilipino. Ngayong kaarawan mo, tanggapin mo
ang pagpupugay ko. O deped ako'y saludo sa'yo. Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo. Ika'y pinangungunahan ng isang superwoman. Walang iba, Madam Leonor, Briones lang naman. Sa ngalan ng serbisyo, dedikasyon sa trabaho, pagmamahal ng isang ina, nararamdaman ko. Ikaw ang humuhubog sa aming kinabukasan. Laging inuuna ang kapakanan ng kabataan. Kaya't ang awit kong ito ialay ko sa'yo. Deped ako'y saludo sa'yo sa katapatan mo sa Pilipino. Ngayong kaarawan mo, tanggapin mo ang pagpupugay ko. O deped ako'y saludo sa'yo. Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo. Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo.
Laging handa. Laging handa. Bahatag tuyot, sunog, lindol, bagyo, mga kalamidad na likas sa ating mundo. Napapahamak ang buhay at kabuhayan, kaya naman kailangan ngang paghandaan.
Maging handa, maging alerto, tungkulin to ng bawat mamamayan. Kaya tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat dapat na maging laging handa. Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat dapat na maging laging handa. Laging handa.
Kalamidad ay maaasahang darating.
Sa di inaasahang oras,
Kaya naman hindi na dapat hintayin. Unahan na habang di pa natataranta.
maging handa, maging alerto, tungkulin to ng bawat mamamayan. Kaya tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat dapat na maging laging handa. Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat dapat na maging laging handa.
Suriin mo mabuti ang iyong kapaligiran. Saan ka ba nakatira? Diyan ba ay bumabaha? Tuwing gamot pagkain, kumot pang sindi, first aid kit, mga gamit panligtas ng buhay dapat mabitbit. At sakaling lumindol o sumabog ang bulkan, meron bang matagdaanan palayo sa kasawian? Panahon na ay malupit at ang hangin hagupit. Mabuti na lang na tayo ay laging nakahanda.
Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo.
message was brought to you by the Department of Education with the support of World Vision Development Foundation.
Magbayanihan na, magbayanihan na, bayanihan, pagtutulungan, walang kupas na kaugalian, tatag at tibay, sinasabuhay, galak sa puso ay walang kapantay. Panahon na naman ang brigada, pagbigkisin lakas at diwa. Tara na brigada na, brigada, eskwela, magkaisa sama-sama. Brigada, eskwela, salin na buong barkada. Brigada, eskwela, kilos na, magbayanihan na. Ikaw ako, tayong lahat, hawak kamay, sabay-sabay, kapit-bisig, buong bayan. Tara na, kumilos na. Tulong-tulong sa pagsulong, hatid na kalidad sa edukasyon. Sa kabataan, saya at dunong, buong madla sabay na aahon. Panahon na naman ng brigada, pagbigisin lakas at diwa. Tara na brigada na, brigada, eskwela, magkaisa sama-sama. Brigada, eskwela, salin na buong barkada. Brigada, eskwela, kilos na, magbayanihan na. Brigada, eskwela, kilos na, magbayanihan na. Brigada, bayanihan na, sabay-sabayhan na.
Good day, grade 7 learners. Welcome to another session of English 7. In your previous module, you were able to learn a lot of information which are central to your learning and development. Today, we will be learning about another important skill that will allow you to use appropriate oral language, stance, and behavior when giving information, instructions, making explanations, and narrating events in factual and personal recounts. Welcome to Quarter 3, Module 2. I am your teacher, Ed Ayan Lantigsida-Asin from Bungabong National High School, Bungabong Pantukan, North District. In this lesson, you will be accomplishing a lot of exercises that will help you strengthen your knowledge in using appropriate oral language, stance, and behavior in narrating and sequencing events. Here are our objectives. Objective number 1. Identify the appropriate stance and behavior in delivering a message. Objective number 2. Use appropriate stance and behavior in making a reaction video. Before going with our discussion, I want you to answer an activity entitled Let Us Try. But before doing that, be guided with this quote. Remember, learning is always fun, even at the time of pandemic. 7 learners, go to your module and open it on page 1 to 2 and look for the activity entitled Let Us Try. Choose the letter of the correct answer. Put your answers on a separate sheet of paper, for you will be submitting this one to your teacher. Are we all ready? I will be giving you 10 seconds each after I read the last option. For question number 1, This refers to the most powerful means of communicating confidence and conviction. This refers to the most powerful means of communicating confidence and conviction. Letter A, posture. Letter B, eye contact. Letter C, body movement. 10 seconds to answer for question number 2. The attitude assumed by the body to maintain stability is called. The attitude assumed by the body to maintain stability is called A, posture. B, eye contact. C, body movement. 10 seconds to answer. Question number 3. Which of the following are primary means of conveying messages between humans? Which of the following are primary means of conveying messages between humans? A, posture. B, eye contact. C, body movement. Go. 10 seconds to answer. Which of the following is not an appropriate body movement and position? Which of the following is not an appropriate body movement and position? A, stand firm. B, lean forward when delivering important lines. C, swaying back and forth. 10 seconds to answer. For the last question, the following are body movements to avoid except. The following are body movements to avoid except A, hands on hips. B, hands on chin. C, stand firm. 10 seconds to answer. Your time is up. Might be wondering why I did not give you any answers. Do not worry if the answers were not given. You will know your answer is correct as we go through with our lesson. Now, let us study. From the activity given, you as a student were able to get acquainted with some terminologies which are central to the competency that you are going to master in this specific module. But before proceeding to the discussion about appropriate oral language, stance, and behavior, read the text below, found on page 2 in your module, and find out who the heroes are and what gestures you make in connection to them. Let's read. This is entitled Everyday Heroes. Traffic jams bring about everyday heroes. When traffic enforcers go missing and intersections come at a bind, there is usually that one man who steps out of his car and begins navigating traffic. He may be in a suit. Sometimes he's a bystander in rags who steps in to unclog the streets, then goes about his merry way once the knots are undone. There's the taxi driver who sees us struggling with a stalled car. Without hesitation, he helps us with our engine and brings our car back to life. No payment is required and he even refuses it. We drive away, thankful for the kindness of strangers, and resolved to pay it forward. That is our passage entitled Everyday Heroes. Now, turn to your module on page 3, and you will be seeing an activity with 2 columns. First column is for heroes, second column is for speakers' gestures. I want you to look on the 3 everyday heroes and specify or list down their gestures. Are we all ready? I will be giving you 30 seconds to do this activity, and I will be giving you the answers afterwards. Your 30 seconds starts now. Let's answer. Who is our hero number 1? And what is our speaker's gesture? Our hero number 1, found in the text, is no other than the man in the suit. And what is our speaker's gestures? Correct. Raise both hands at chest level, then slowly bring them down to hips. I hope you got the correct answer. Let's proceed with hero number 2. Who is our hero number 2? You are right, the bystander. The gesture? Raise one hand, palm up. Hero number 3. You are right. Our hero number 3 is a taxi driver. And the speaker's gesture, extend arm, palm up, and point to the window. The activity above exposed you to some common gestures and proper postures which help people understand better the message that someone is delivering. Now that you already have a grasp about common gestures and stance, this time you will read an explanation about appropriate language, stance, and But before we discuss our lesson, we will take a break, and when we come back, we will be discussing what are the oral language, stance, and behavior when we do public speaking. Do not go, we will be right back.
The Radyo Z-Eskwela program of the Division of Davao de Oro is being brought to you by Nueda Builders Construction and Supply Incorporated, Maverick Builders Incorporated, Mitch Construction and Supply, Archicons Architectural Construction and Supply, DB Construction and Supply, Hanaway Builders Corporation, Phoenix Corvada Tagum Gasoline Station, Master Construction and Supplies, Mackenzie Builders, GP&H Construction Incorporated, Metro Gear Construction Corporation, NEN Builders and Development Services Corporation, Max Mays Enterprises Incorporated, We Inc. Construction Company, Rangay Construction and Supply, East Sussex Enterprise, WM Construction, Councilor Boogie and Miss Marjorie Vertodazo, Icon Builders and Supply, and Apex Mining Company Incorporated.
And we are back to our discussion for English 7 Quarter 3 Module 2 entitled Using Appropriate Oral Language, Stance. Appropriate oral language, stance, and behavior makes all the difference between a boring conversation and an engaging one. It influences the learners of the speaker's message. Now, what is stance? Stance, according to Smith on 2019, is defined as the attitude that the writer has towards the topic of his or her message. It is the stance that will take you greatly to determine the tone of your message and the words that you choose. Learners, always remember that oral language, stance, and behavior can be broken down into 5 categories. The first one, facial expression. Second one, eye contact. Third one, posture. Fourth, gestures. And the fifth, position and movement. Let's discuss one by one. The first of the 5 categories is what we call the facial expression. Now, what is facial expression? Facial expression is responsible in communicating not only thoughts or ideas but also emotions. Now, the most important thing to consider when using facial expression in giving information is to make sure that you use your face at all. Here are some tips in order for you to successfully use your facial expression in delivering your message. The first one, don't give a blank face. Second one, open your eyes wider. Third one, raise your eyebrows a little. And the last one, remember to smile often. Grade 7 learners, if your facial expressions are in line with the tone of your words, then the information you are presenting will be clearer and most of all, engaging. The second one of the 5 category is the eye contact. According to Wyatt on 2014, eye contact is the most powerful means of communicating confidence and conviction. Remember, a strategic eye contact has the power to change how people think of you. The first one, have eye contact with everyone in the audience. The second one, show your audience that you are not afraid to make eye contact. And the third one, avoid staring at someone by keeping your gazes moving. Now that is for the eye contact. The third one is what we call the posture. Posture is defined as the attitude assumed by the body to maintain stability. Remember, grade 7 learners, it is the posture that plays a huge part in so many ways, and it helps you to stay calm, look confident, and breathe easily. Here are some tips in using posture in speaking. Heads up and don't slouch. Feel relaxed during presentation. Adapt your posture according to your audience and have an open and communicative posture. That is for the third category, which is posture. The fourth one is what we call as gestures. Gestures mean the movement of the body that expresses an idea. Gestures are like happy medium of transferring messages. Like facial expressions, eye contact, and posture, we also have tips in how to properly use gestures when delivering your speech. The first one, be fluid or smooth in using hand gestures. Use gestures purposefully in explaining important points. And the last one, your gestures should look relaxed and natural. The last one is what we call as position and movement. Position and movement is the largest physical movement that you can make. Purposeful body movement complements your message and adds authenticity to your overall delivery. Now here are some benefits of using proper position and movement when speaking. The first one, it reinforces your message. Next, it increases your ability to connect with your audience. And the last one, it gets the attention of your audience. Moreover, it also drives away nervousness and it keeps your energy and enthusiasm. While using position and movement in delivering oral language stance and behavior, here are some body movements to avoid. Learners, when speaking, you should never put your hands on your hips, never put your hands on your chin, do not cross your arms, do not sway back and forth, and most importantly, do not trip over. We also have some appropriate body movements and position when delivering a speech. The first one, always stand firm. Number 2, lean forward when delivering important lines. And the third one, pivot your body to indicate conversation. There you have it, grade 7 learners. Those are the 5 categories for your oral language stance and behavior. Now, it is high time to practice what you have learned. Below are some examples of postures and bodily gestures that influence how your listeners understand your message when you are speaking. Read the list and try to distinguish the appropriate behavior from the non-appropriate stance by completing the matrix that follows. Grade 7 learners, just a reminder, be sure to write your output on a separate sheet of paper and submit this one to your English 7 teacher. I will be showing to you the list of body movements, and it is up for you to decide whether or not this is appropriate or not appropriate. List down all these body movements, whether they are appropriate or not appropriate. After that, we will be checking your answers. Let us start.
First, stand with confidence. Again, number 1, stand with confidence. Second, crossing your arm. Again, number 2, crossing your arm. Third, hands in your pocket. Again, number 3, hands in your pocket. Fourth, face your audience with your hands on the side with your chin up. Again, number 4, face your audience with your hands on the side with your chin up. Number 5 is 2 hands cupped in front of your chest. Again, number 5 is 2 hands cupped in front of your chest. Number 6, 2 hands on chin. Again, number 6, 2 hands on chin. Number 7, use your hands to emphasize or reinforce your message when speaking. Again, number 7, use your hands to emphasize or reinforce your message when speaking. Number 8, stand firm. Again, number 8, stand firm. Number 9, lean forward when delivering important lines. Again, number 9, lean forward when delivering important lines. Last number, number 10, hands on hips. Last number, number 10, hands on hips.
Are you all done? Now, let us check your answers. Let us first identify which of the body movements are appropriate. The first one, stand with confidence. I hope you got it right. The second one, face your audience with your hands on the side with your chin up. If you got the first two correctly, let's try the third one. Use your hands to emphasize or reinforce your message when speaking. The fourth one, stand firm. The fifth one, lean forward when delivering important lines. Did you all get the correct answers? Very good. Now, what are the not appropriate ones? The first one, crossing your arms. Second one, hands in your pocket. Third one, 2 hands cupped in front of your feet. Fourth one, hands on chin. And the fifth one, hands on hips. Were you able to get the correct answers? If so, very good. If not, do not be afraid. We still have a lot of activities to do. When we come back, we will be answering more activities in order for us to successfully apply what we have learned for English 7 Quarter 3 Module 2 entitled Using Appropriate Oral Language, Stance, and Behavior. Do not go. In just a short while, we will be back.
The Radyo Z-Eskwela program of the Division of Davao de Oro is being brought to you by Nueda Builders Construction and Supply Incorporated, Maverick Builders Incorporated, Mitch Construction and Supply, Archicons Architectural Construction and Supply, DB Construction and Supply, Hanaway Builders Corporation, Phoenix Corvada Tagum Gasoline Station, Master Construction and Supplies, Mackenzie Builders, GP&H Construction Incorporated, Metro Gear Construction Corporation, NEN Builders and Development Services Corporation, Max Mays Enterprises Incorporated, We Inc. Construction Company, Rangay Construction and Supply, East Sussex Enterprise, WM Construction, Councilor Boogie and Miss Marjorie Vertodazo, Icon Builders and Supply, and Apex Mining Company Incorporated.
We are almost done with our session for today for Quarter 3, Module 2, entitled Using Appropriate Oral Language, Stance, and Behavior. Before that, let us do a series of activity in order for us to apply what we have learned. But before going with our activity, let us have some review. What are the 5 elements of oral language, stance, and behavior? Let's give it one by one. The first one, facial expression. Number 2, eye contact. Number 3, posture. Number 4, gestures. Number 5, position and movement. Grade 7 learners, once again, here are the elements of oral language, stance, and behavior. First one, facial expression. Second one, eye contact. Third one, posture. Fourth one, gestures. Fifth one, position and movement. Are you all ready for an activity? The first activity is, let us practice more. In column A are the list of the most effective gestures that emphasize and reinforce your message when speaking. Try to analyze each and match them with their meaning in column B. I will be giving you 10 seconds for each question. Write your answers on a separate sheet of paper and be sure to submit your output to your teachers. Let's start. For column A, number 1, clapping your hands to make your audience also clap. A, emphasize the point you are making. B, suggest something. C, describe. D, prompt. Again, clapping your hands to make your audience also clap. A, emphasize the point you are making. B, suggest something. C, describe. D, prompt. On for the next item. Acting as if you are falling to describe that you fell face first into the water. Number 2, acting as if you are falling to describe that you fell face first into the water. A. Emphasize the point you're making. B. Suggest something. C. Describe. D. Prompt. Next item. Shrugging the shoulders to show that you don't know. Again, shrugging the shoulders to show that you don't know. A. Emphasize the point you're making. B. Suggest something. C. Describe. D. Prompt. And for our last item, shaking your fist to show you are serious, making an okay or victory sign with your fingers. Shaking your fist to show you are serious, making an okay or victory sign with your fingers. A. Emphasize the point you're making. B. Suggest something. C. Describe. D. Prompt. Are you all done? Now, let's proceed to another activity. This activity is entitled, Let Us Enhance. You will have 2 activities for this one. Be sure to have an output for this one and submit your output to your teacher. The direction for activity number 1. Watch a viral news on TV. Share your observations on the reporter's postures and bodily gestures. Explain the effects of such actions and understanding the speaker's message. Now for your second activity. After watching a viral news on your television, make a reaction video to the viral news that you have watched. Make sure to use appropriate oral language, stance, and behavior. It's high time for us to assess what you have learned. Now, on a separate sheet of paper, choose the letter of the correct answer and write your answers to your answer sheet. Again, be sure to submit your output to your teacher. For question number 1, this refers to the most powerful means of communicating confidence and conviction. Is it A. Posture, B. Eye contact, C. Body movement? The correct answer is B. Eye contact. Number 2. The attitude assumed by the body to maintain stability is called A. Posture, B. Eye contact, C. Body movement. The correct answer is letter A. Posture. Third one. Which of the following is our primary means of conveying messages between humans? A. Posture, B. Eye contact, C. Body movement. Correct. That's letter C. Body movement. For question number 4, which of the following is not an appropriate body movement and position? A. Stand firm, B. Lean forward when delivering important lines, or letter C. Swaying back and forth? The correct answer is C. Swaying back and forth. The following are body movements to avoid except A. Hands on hips, B. Hands on chin, or C. Stand firm. The correct answer is letter C. Stand firm. I hope you have learned something about our discussion for today about proper oral language, stance, and behavior. Once again, this is your teacher Ed Ayan Lantiksi Daasin from Bungabong National High School, Bungabong, Pantukan North District, saying, remember, learning is always fun, even at the time of pandemic. See you on our next session. Goodbye, and God bless us all.
Radyo Z-Eskwela Executive and Technical Working Committee. The school's Division Superintendent, Eufemia T. Gamutin Seso 5. Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Romel R. Handayan. Curriculum Implementation Division OIC Chief, Dr. Arlene B. Lim. School Governance and Operations Division, Dr. Ruben J. Riponte. Program Director, Dr. Arlene B. Lim. Assistant Program Director, Noemi P. Canales. Members, Cecilia Morales, Dr. Hilda A. Opena, Dr. Eldecris B. Calzadora, Dr. Dexter A. Sikinia, Nohara O. Pinute, Dr. Grace D. Pontillas, Dr. Renato N. Pakpakin, Dr. Andy P. Cabodok, Juanito Lapiceros, Engineer Norberto S. Manlangi, Ryan Villanueva, Jomar M. Dumupoy, Bob Daylan S. Milabat, Medard D. Apit, and Paz Eugenia Villusino. Technical Working Committee, Production and Communications, Lorely E. Quijano, Given G. Hinampas, Judilan T. Yu, Donna D. T. Bolifer, Mary Rose N. Resma, Riwen C. Manuel, Irene Lea C. Manguhon, and Bessie Aya N. Banyes. Social Media and Packaging Team, Christian Anhara L. Martesio, William R. Ranara, Joan T. Iscoton, Roberto S. Acusar Jr., May B. Istaniol, Richard H. Arellano, Ralph A. Tabanyag, Angelo C. Gutierrez Jr., Jade Karen R. Arais, Eliza May Garsuta, Sedi S. Caballero, and Jane S. Caballero. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Right and only here at Z Radio 88.5, ang istasyong siguradong lingaw, siguradong kuyaw.
Magklase na ta! Tara, tara! Sige, sige! Let's go!
Kunin na ang radyo, hanapin ang Z-Radio. Halika na at makinig, mag-aaral tayo! Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, makinig, matuto. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, may matutuhang bago. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela. Umulan man umaraw, ngayong asyo'y susulong. Kaya halika na, mag-aaral tayo! Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, makinig matuto. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, may matutuhang bago. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela.
Handog ng DepEd Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya!
Let's go! Katambanan ng pag-ahon, isang bansang puso ay pinag-iisa.
Nang dikiing, lahat tayo'y uunlad at aangat.
Hilyan tayo, kabrigada, diwa ng bayanihan, atin ang kasimula. Man ang mararating, mananatiling tayo ay magkasangga. Dahil sa tuwing kasama ka, kabayani ka brigada, lahat ang ikayang gawin, bigat ay kayang buhatin. Ito ang pusong brigada, paalala ay pinapaganda. Pusong brigada eskwela, walang iwanan tayo.
Paaralan, tinatawag na tahanan.
Alagaan, patuloy pagyamanin, kulay at tinig, panatilihin natin. Kapit lang,
Sama-sama,
walang iwanan,
mananatiling magkasangga.
langit ay kakampirin natin. Ano man ang mararating, Dahil sa tuwing kasama ka, kabayani ka brigada. Lahat ay kayang gawin, bigat ay kayang buhatin. Pusong brigada eskwela, walang iwanan tayo. Walang iwanan tayo.
Radyo Z-Eskwela Executive and Technical Working Committee. The school's Division Superintendent, Eufemia T. Gamutin Seso 5. Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Romel R. Handayan. Curriculum Implementation Division OIC Chief, Dr. Arlene B. Lim. School Governance and Operations Division, Dr. Ruben J. Riponte. Program Director, Dr. Arlene B. Lim. Assistant Program Director, Noemi P. Canales. Members, Cecilia Morales, Dr. Hilda A. Opena, Dr. Eldecris B. Calzadora, Dr. Dexter A. Sikinia, Nohara O. Pinute, Dr. Grace D. Pontillas, Dr. Renato N. Pakpakin, Dr. Andy P. Cabodok, Juanito Lapiceros, Engineer Norberto S. Manlangit, Ryan Villanueva, Jomar M. Dumupoy, Bob Daylan S. Milabat, Medard D. Apit, and Paz Eugenia Villusino. Technical Working Committee, Production and Communications, Lorely E. Quijano, Given G. Hinampas, Judiland T. Yu, Donna D. T. Bolifer, Mary Rose N. Resma, Riwen C. Manuel, Irene Leia C. Manguhon, and Bessie Aya N. Banyes. Social Media and Packaging Team, Christian Anhara L. Martesio, William R. Lanara, Joan T. Iscoton, Roberto S. Acusar Jr., May B. Istaniol, Richard H. Arellano, Ralph A. Tabanyag, Angelo C. Gutierrez Jr., Jade Karen R. Arais, Eliza May Garsuta, Sedi S. Caballero, and Jane S. Caballero. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Right and only here at Z Radio 88.5, ang istasyong siguradong lingaw, siguradong kuyaw.
Sabay-sabay na babangon, sama-samang ahon, ihanda ang sarili sa hamon. Ipapipigil sa pagsulong sa kinabukasan na katuon, para sa di kalidad na edukasyon.
Balik eskwela na naman, sa puso ang kahandaan. Handang isip, handa bukas, sa pagkakaisa ay may lakas.
Ito na ang new normal, online learning at modular. Di na kailangang mag-face to face, gamit ng cellphone at radio base. Yakapin na ang pagbabago, pahirapan kaya natin to. Lakasan ang iyong loob, sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo. Kristiyano katutubo, isang hanggarin san patungo. Ipagpatuloy pag-aaral mo, tagumpay ay naghihintay sa'yo.
Balik eskwela na naman, sa puso ang kahandaan. Handang isip, handa bukas, sa pagkakaisa ay may lakas.
Ito na ang new normal, online learning at modular. Di na kailangang mag-face to face,
kaligtasan sa bawat oras at panahon, magpakailanman. Hangat palagi ng ating paaralan ang matuto, gayon din maging ligtas ang kabataan. Tayo ay magkaisa, halina't sama-sama, kasali lahat, kasama lahat, para sa lahat. Pilipinas, maghanda ka na, balik eskwela na, tara. Tayong lahat sabay-sabay, pagkakaisa ay may lakas.
Ito na ang new normal, online learning ako dyan. Di na kailangan mag-face to face, gamit ng cellphone at radio base. Yakapin na ang pagbabago, pahirapan, kaya natin to. Lakasan ang iyong loob, sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo. Sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo. Sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo. Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo. Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo. Di mo alintana mga batikos at pangungutya, lalong-lalo na sa panahon ng pandemya. Ika'y di sumusuko, lumalaban at nangangako, maihatid pa rin ang serbisyong totoo. Para sa kabataan, ginagawa ang lahat, maibigay lang ang edukasyong karapat-dapat. Kaya't ang awit kong ito ialay ko sa'yo. Deped ako'y saludo sa'yo, sa katapatan mo sa Pilipino. Ngayong kaarawan mo, tanggapin mo ang pagpupugay ko. O deped ako'y saludo sa'yo. Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo. Ika'y pinangungunahan ng isang superwoman, walang iba, Madam Leonor Briones lang naman. Sa ngalan ng serbisyo, dedikasyon sa trabaho, pagmamahal ng isang ina, nararamdaman ko. Ikaw ang humuhubog sa aming kinabukasan, laging inuuna ang kapakanan ng kabataan. Kaya't ang awit kong ito ialay ko sa'yo. Deped ako'y saludo sa'yo, sa katapatan mo sa Pilipino. Ngayong kaarawan mo, tanggapin mo ang pagpupugay ko. O deped ako'y saludo sa'yo. Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo. Saludo, saludo, saludo ako sa'yo.
Laging handa. Laging Mga kalamidad na likas sa ating mundo, napapahamak ang buhay at kabuhayan. Kaya naman kailangan ngang paghandaan.
Maging handa, maging alerto, tungkulin to ng bawat mamamayan. Kaya tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat-dapat na maging laging handa. Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat-dapat na maging laging handa. Laging handa.
Kalamidad ay maaasahang darating.
Sa di inaasahang oras,
Kaya naman hindi na dapat hintayin. Unahan na habang di pa natataranta.
maging handa, maging alerto, tungkulin to ng bawat mamamayan. Kaya tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat-dapat na maging laging handa. Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat-dapat na maging laging handa.
Suriin mo mabuti ang iyong kapaligiran. Saan ka pa nakatira? Diyan ba ay bumabaha? Tuwing gamot pagkain, kumot pang sindi, first aid kit. Mga gamit panligtas ng buhay dapat mabitbit. At sakaling lumindol o sumabog ang bulkan, meron bang madadaanan palayo sa kasawian? Panahon na ay malupit at ang hangin hagupit. Mabuti na lang na tayo ay laging nakahanda.
Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat-dapat na maging laging handa. Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat-dapat na maging laging handa.
This message was brought to you by the Department of Education with the support of World Vision Development Foundation.
Magbayanihan na, magbayanihan na, bayanihan, pagtutulungan, walang kupas na kaugalian. Dagdag at tibay, sinasabuhay, galak sa puso ay walang kapantay. Panahon na naman ang brigada, pagbigisin, lakas at diwa. Tara na, brigada na, brigada, eskwela, magkaisa, sama-sama. Brigada, eskwela, saling na buong barkada. Brigada, eskwela, kilos na, magbayanihan na. Ikaw ako, tayong lahat, hawak kamay, sabay-sabay, kapit-bisig, buong bayan. Tara na, kumilos na. Tulong-tulong sa pagsulong, hatid na kalidad sa edukasyon. Sa kabataan, saya at dunong, buong adla sabay na aahon. Panahon na naman ng brigada, pagbigisin, lakas at diwa.
radyo, hanapin ang Z-Radio. Halika na at makinig, mag-aaral tayo! Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, makinig, matuto. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, may matutuhang bago. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela. Umulan man umaraw, ganun nga siya'y susulong. Kaya halika na, mag-aaral tayo! Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, makinig matuto. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, may matutuhang bago. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela.
Handog ng DepEd Davao de Oro, Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya!
Let's go! Katambalan ng pag-ahon, isang bansang puso ay pinag-iisa.
Nang dikiing, lahat tayo'y uunlad at aangat.
Yan tayo, kabrigada, diwa ng bayanihan, atin ang nagkasimula. Man ang mararating, mananatiling tayo ay magkasangga. Dahil sa tuwing kasama ka, kabayan at kabrigada, lahat ay kayang gawin, bigat ay kayang buhatin. Ito ang pusong brigada, paalala ay pinapaganda. Pusong brigada eskwela, walang iwanan tayo.
Paaralan, tinatawag na tahanan.
Aalagaan, patuloy pagyamanin, kulay at tinig, panatilihin natin. Kapit lang,
Sama-sama,
walang iwanan,
mananatili magkasangga.
langit ay kakampirin natin. Ano man ang mararating, mananatiling tayo ay magkasangga. Dahil sa tuwing kasama ka, kabayan at kabrigada, lahat ay kayang gawin, bigat ay kayang buhatin. Pusong brigada eskwela, walang iwanan tayo. Walang iwanan tayo.
Radyo Z-Eskwela Executive and Technical Working Committee. The school's Division Superintendent, Eufemia T. Gamutin Seso 5. Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Romel R. Handayan. Curriculum Implementation Division OIC Chief, Dr. Arlene B. Lim. School Governance and Operations Division, Dr. Ruben J. Riponte. Program Director, Dr. Arlene B. Lim. Assistant Program Director, Noemi P. Canales. Members, Cecilia Morales, Dr. Hilda A. Opena, Dr. Eldecris B. Calzadora, Dr. Dexter A. Sikinia, Nohara O. Pinute, Dr. Grace D. Pontillas, Dr. Renato N. Pakpakin, Dr. Andy P. Cabodok, Juanito Lapiceros, Engineer Norberto S. Manlangit, Ryan Villanueva, Jomar M. Dumupoy, Bob Daylan S. Milabat, Medard D. Apit, and Paz Eugenia Villusino. Technical Working Committee, Production and Communications, Lorely E. Quijano, Given G. Hinampas, Judiland T. Yu, Donna D. T. Bolifer, Mary Rose N. Resma, Riwen C. Manuel, Irene Lea C. Manguhon, and Bessie Aya N. Banyes. Social Media and Packaging Team, Christian Anhara L. Martesio, William R. Lanara, Joan T. Iscoton, Roberto S. Acusar Jr., May B. Istaniol, Richard H. Arellano, Ralph A. Tabanyag, Angelo C. Gutierrez Jr., Jade Karen R. Arais, Eliza May Garsuta, Sedi S. Caballero, and Jane S. Caballero. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Right and only here at Z Radio 88.5, ang istasyong siguradong lingaw, siguradong kuyaw.
Sabay-sabay na babangon, sama-samang ahon, ihanda ang sarili sa hamon. Ipakipigil sa pagsulong sa kinabukasan na katuon, para sa di kalidad na edukasyon. Balik eskwela na naman, isa puso ang kahandaan, handang isip, handa bukas, sa pagkakaisa ay may lakas. Ito na ang new normal, online learning at modular, di na kailangang mag-face to face, gamit ng cellphone at radio base. Yakapin na ang pagbabago, pahirapan, kaya natin to. Lakasan ng iyong loob, sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo. Kristiyano at katutubo, isang hanggarin saan patungo, ipagpatuloy pag-aaral mo, tagumpay ay naghihintay sa'yo. Balik eskwela na naman, isa puso ang kahandaan, handang isip, handa bukas, sa pagkakaisa ay may lakas. Cellphone at radio base, yakapin na ang pagbabago, pahirapan, kaya natin to. Lakasan ng iyong loob, sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo. Isang alang-alang natin ang ating kaligtasan, sa bawat oras at panahon, magpakailanman, hangat palagi ng ating paaralan, ang matuto, gayon din maging ligtas ang kabataan. Tayo ay magkaisa, halina't sama-sama, kasali lahat, kasama lahat, para sa lahat. Pilipinas, maghanda ka na, balik eskwela na, tara. Tayong lahat, sabay-sabay, pagkakaisa ay may lakas. Ito na ang new normal, online learning at modular, di na kailangang mag-face to face, cellphone at radio base, yakapin na ang pagbabago, pahirapan, kaya natin to. Lakasan ng iyong loob, sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo. Sa bagong normal, sa bagong mundo. Sa bagong sa bagong mundo.
A wonderful day, everyone! Especially my grade 8 learners. How are you? It's time to fill your brain with new lesson to learn again today. Now, grab your English 8 module, your notebook, and pen. Then sit back and we shall now start our day. This day, we will talk about using appropriate grammatical signals or expressions to each pattern of idea development. Now we have 4 goals today. Number 1, define grammatical signals. 2, identify the different patterns of idea development. 3, distinguish appropriate grammatical signals to each pattern of idea development. And 4, write a paragraph about social issue using a pattern of idea development with appropriate grammatical signals. Now, let's check on what you know about the topic first. I want you to analyze the question so you can give the correct answer. Now, are you ready for the challenge? Very good. Now, have your papers and pens ready and let's start. Just consider this a mental game and do not worry so much, okay?
To be guided with the question and the options given, you open your module on page 2. After each question has been read to you, I'll be given the word go and then you'll be given 5 seconds to answer. Ready? Number 1. Which concept below refers to the organizing of ideas in a logical and clear manner to suit the writer's purpose? Letter A, coherence. Letter B, grammatical signals. Letter C, idea development. And letter D, pattern of idea development. Again, letter A, coherence. Letter B, grammatical signals. Letter C, idea development. And letter D, pattern of idea development. Go. Okay, the answer for number 1 is correct, letter C. Next, number 2. Apart from using determiners, repetition, transitional devices, which below can be used to achieve coherence? A, claim. B, grammatical signals. C, idea development. And D, pattern of idea development. Again, the options are A, claim. B, grammatical signals. C, idea development. And D, pattern of idea development. Go. Okay, the answer for number 2 is letter B. Very good. Next, number 3. Which pattern of idea development discusses the general topic by elaborating it using specific details? Letter A, cause and effect. Letter B, claim and counterclaim. Letter C, general to particular. And letter D, problem solution. Again, your options are A, cause and effect. B, claim and counterclaim. C, general to particular. Letter D, problem solution. Go. Okay, the answer for number 3 is letter C. Very good. Number 4. Which pattern of idea development is used to present an action that can be taken to address an identified concern or issue? Letter A, cause and effect. Letter B, claim or counterclaim. Letter C, problem solution. Letter D, general to particular. Again, letter A, cause and effect. Letter B, claim and counterclaim. Letter C, problem solution. Letter D, general to particular. Go. Okay, the answer is letter C. Great. Number 5. Which pattern of idea development is based on opinions and emotions that aims to convince the readers to do or believe in something? Letter A, cause and effect. Letter B, claim and counterclaim. Letter C, persuasion. Letter D, problem solution. Again, the options are A, cause and effect. B, claim and counterclaim. C, persuasion. And letter D, problem solution. Go! Okay, the answer for number 5 is letter C, persuasion. Very good. Now, who gets 5? Wow, excellent. You have an edge for today's topic. Congratulations. Now, we shall move on to another mental game. This is jumbled signals. Now, you have to complete the sentences by arranging the jumbled letters. You have to, of course, write your answer on a separate sheet of paper. Now, on the left side, you have the jumbled expressions, and then on the right side, right column, are the sentences. I'll read this to you. Ready? Number 1, the jumbled expression is este or E-S-T-E-H. The sentence is, blank are some of the ways to stay fit and healthy. Next, number 2. Number 2, the jumbled expression is edu space ought. E-D-U space O-T. The sentence is, environmental problems exist, blank irresponsible man-made activities. Next, number 3, the jumbled expression is overreach or O-V-E-W-R-E-H. The sentence is, COVID-19 is now a global health threat. Blank, there are ways to prevent the virus from further spreading. Number 4, the jumbled expression is DAN or D-A-N. Sentence here is, a healthy diet reduces the risk of diseases. Blank promotes physical fitness. And number 5, the jumbled expression here is O-N-I-J space O-W-N. The sentence is, our youth organization is looking for enthusiastic environmental advocates. What are you waiting for? Blank and be one of us. Now, let's look at the answers. Review your answers. Okay, for number 1, the word is very good. These. The sentence becomes, these are some of the ways to stay fit and healthy. Excellent. Number 2, the word is good. Due to. The sentence becomes, environmental problems exist due to irresponsible man-made activities. Next, number 3, the word is however. So the sentence becomes, COVID-19 is now a global health threat. However, there are ways to prevent the virus from further spreading. Next, number 4. The correct answer here is and. So the sentence here becomes, a healthy diet reduces the risk of diseases and promotes physical fitness. And number 5, the word is great. Join now. So this is, our youth organization is looking for enthusiastic environmental advocates. What are you waiting for? Join now and be one of us. Who gets the correct answer, the perfect 5? Very good. Congratulations, everyone. Now, turn to page 7 of your module. In this part of the module, you will learn about idea development, its patterns, and appropriate grammatical signals. Let's start off with idea development. What is it? It is essential in writing. This is done by organizing ideas in a logical and clear manner that suits the writer's purpose. To achieve this, it is necessary to use appropriate grammatical signals or expressions. Next, grammatical signals. What are these? These are writing devices such as transitional devices, connectors, determiners, and repetitions that are used to maintain text coherence. Now, text coherence is establishing a logical connection between ideas in sentences and paragraphs. These ideas can be developed through different patterns depending on the writer's purpose. Now, let's talk about pattern of idea development. What is it? It refers to the structure of writing on how the ideas are being presented. Now, 5 of the commonly used patterns of idea development are discussed in this module. These are: number 1, general to particular; number 2, cause and effect; number 3, claim and counterclaim; number 4, problem solution; and number 5, persuasion. And we will be discussing today these 5 individually with examples. Okay, so for now, we will have a short break. When we return, be ready as we explore on the 5 patterns of idea development and their appropriate grammatical signals. And we of course be ready to take note of the examples for you to be able to understand it better. Okay? So, bye for now, and let's see you after the break.
The Radyo Z-Eskwela program of the Division of Davao de Oro is being brought to you by Nueda Builders Construction and Supply Incorporated, Maverick Builders Incorporated, Mitch Construction and Supply, Archicons Architectural Construction and Supply, DB Construction and Supply, Hanaway Builders Corporation, Phoenix Corvada Tagum Gasoline Station, Master Construction and Supplies, Mackenzie Builders, GP&H Construction Incorporated, Metro Gear Construction Corporation, NEN Builders and Development Services Corporation, Max Mays Enterprises Incorporated, We Inc. Construction Company, Rangay Construction and Supply, East Sussex Enterprise, WM Construction, Councilor Boogie and Miss Marjorie Vertodazo, Icon Builders and Supply, and Apex Mining Company Incorporated.
And we are back on air. A while ago, we agreed that we will explore on the 5 patterns of idea development together. So, open your module on page 7 and we're good to go. Now, letter A, or number 1, general to particular. This pattern of idea development discusses the general topic by presenting specific details that support the topic. The writer starts with the general idea stated in the topic sentence. Then, it is elaborated and explained through specific details and examples. In other words, general to particular pattern is a deductive method of organization. Example: clouds can be classified into 3 major groups. High clouds are a group of clouds that are 5 to 13 kilometers away from the Earth's surface. Examples of these clouds are known as cirrus, cirrostratus, and cirrocumulus. Middle clouds are another group of clouds that are 2 to 7 kilometers away from the Earth's surface. Examples of middle clouds are altocumulus and altostratus. Low clouds are the last group of clouds. They are 2 kilometers away from the Earth's surface. Specifically, these clouds are the stratus, stratocumulus, and nimbostratus. With this being said, These clouds are grouped according to their distance from the Earth's surface. Now, underlined here in the sentence or in the paragraph are the words a, examples of this, another, middle clouds, specifically, with this being said. Now, the paragraph uses a general to particular pattern of idea development. The general idea is expressed in the first sentence, which is clouds are classified into 3 major groups. Then, the succeeding sentences are the specific details explaining the general idea. To state these specific details, grammatical signals are used such as a, another, and last. To present the different major groups of clouds, we have here the expression examples of these, and the word specifically are used to present the specific examples of a group of clouds. Other grammatical signals that can be used for cause and effect pattern of idea development are, on the cause, you can use if, for, since, due to. You can also use because, owing to, because of, one cause, and resulting from. For the effect, to show effect, you can use the following: so, thus, hence, then, therefore, as a result. In effect, you can also use as consequence, consequently, leads to, one of the effect is, and that is why. This is to show emphasis of the idea. The expression used with this being said is used to wrap up the ideas in the paragraph, or like to sum up or to summarize. These are the other grammatical signals that can be used for general to particular pattern of idea development. You can use also, for example, as an example, in addition to, for instance. You can also use examples of these. Then for sequence, you can use first, second, third, next. You can also use on one hand and on the other hand. Next, letter B or number 2, cause and effect pattern. This pattern of idea development explains the causes or the effects of something. When a writer presents reasons, he or she is explaining the causes. When a writer explains the results, he or she is explaining the effects. Example: regular exercise brings many benefits to your health. First, it improves blood circulation and can result to a strong heart. Because of this, it reduces the risk of heart disease, high cholesterol, and diabetes. When you exercise, your bones and muscles will be strengthened, which can slow down the loss of bone density that comes when you age. As a result, it can help you maintain or increase your muscle mass and strength. Also, regular exercise improves your mental health and mood. During an exercise, your body releases chemicals that can improve your mood and make you feel more relaxed. As an effect, it can help you deal with stress and reduce your risk of depression. These are the benefits that you can get when you exercise. Now, the paragraph uses the cause and effect pattern of idea development. The effects of regular exercise are explained in the paragraph. To present these effects, grammatical signals are used, such as because of this, as a result, and as an effect. Also, you will notice that the paragraph makes use of transitional devices for enumeration, such as first and also. These are used because the paragraph enumerates the effects of regular exercise. Aside from that, the connector and is used to connect ideas within the sentence. Lastly, the phrase regular exercise is repeated for emphasis. Now, letter C or number 3, the claim and counterclaim pattern. This pattern of idea development refers to the structure of presenting a side of an issue in an argumentative manner. A claim is the writer's stand on a topic supported by evidences and logical reasoning. Also, the writer presents the counterclaim or the opposite stand of an issue to disprove it through evidences and logical reasoning. Example: people believe that rock music can make teenagers rebellious because of its lyrics, but I don't think it is enough to make them go against society. They say rock music concentrates mostly on antisocial subjects, which influence teenagers' view toward society. However, a study shows that an average teenager would not take the music seriously, for he or she concentrates more on the musical value of the song rather than the inner meaning of the lyrics. Thus, even though the lyrics in rock music show social rebellion, it does not make the teenagers rebel against society. The paragraph uses the claim-counterclaim pattern of idea development. The first sentence presents both claim and counterclaim. The writer argues the counterclaim that rock music can make teenagers rebellious by stating his or her claim that the lyrics is not enough to make them go against society. The claim disproves the counterclaim by presenting evidences and logical reasoning. To present this, grammatical signals are used. The transitional device, however, is used to present the evidence that teenager concentrates more on the musical value of the song rather than the inner meaning of the lyrics. Also, the transitional device thus is used to restate the claim. Aside from this, connectors for is used to present additional information about a study, while even though is used to contrast two ideas, making the other idea less true. Now here are the other transitional devices that can be used for claim or counterclaim pattern of idea development. You can use however, nevertheless, on one hand, on the other hand. You can also use admittedly, some people say, some may say. You can use of course, nevertheless, and but not only that. Next, letter D, problem solution. This pattern of idea development is used when a writer identifies a problem and addresses it by presenting one or more solutions. A problem refers to the unsatisfactory situation that causes troubles or difficulties. A solution, on the other hand, refers to the ways in solving or minimizing the problem. Example here is, drug abuse is one of the leading social issues in many countries. This problem has been the cause of many crimes and health concerns. However, the threat of prohibited drugs can be fought. One way to solve this is through education. Everyone needs to be educated about the dangers of using prohibited drugs. People need to be aware of the harmful effects of these drugs to their health, family, career, and society. Another solution is to increase police manpower and create effective laws to stop dealers. If the authorities will strictly impose these laws, this problem will be addressed. Drug abuse is a threat, but if the community and the government will act together, this problem will be controlled. Now the paragraph uses problem-solution pattern of idea development. It presents a problem, drug abuse, followed by the suggested solutions to this problem. In presenting these solutions, grammatical signals and expressions are used, such as one way to solve this, another solution, and this problem. Now here are the grammatical signals to be used for problem-solution pattern of idea development. You can use the word because, cause, since, as a result, in order to, and so that, as a solution, and one way. So those are the words that you can use on problem-solution pattern development. Letter E, or number 5, is persuasion. This pattern of idea development intends to convince the readers to do or believe in something. It allows the writer to express his or her personal viewpoints about a topic to convince the readers. This pattern of idea development is based on opinions and emotions. Example: a school bazaar is something you don't want to miss. Aside from the wonderful experience, attending it is truly a great help. First, a school bazaar is filled with fun activities. There are amusing games, great rides, and entertaining attractions. Besides that, your ticket purchase will help the school. Not only that, but it also gives you a chance to win fabulous prizes. So, what are you waiting for? Join now and experience the fun. The paragraph above or presented uses the persuasion pattern of idea development. The writer recommends that the reader joins and be part of a school bazaar. To convince the readers, the writer presents the benefits of attending a bazaar. In presenting these benefits, grammatical signals and expressions are used. The transitional devices first and also are used to enumerate the benefits of attending the school bazaar. To appeal to the reader's emotion, expressions of persuasion are used, such as amusing, great, entertaining, don't want to miss, wonderful experience, what are you waiting for? Join now and experience the fun. So these are the keywords used in a paragraph to, of course, convince the readers. Now here are some of the other grammatical signals and expressions of persuasion. You can use come, free, need, must not, necessary, latest, hurry, join, help, best, better, great, proven. You can also use trusted, create, come along, urgent, amazing experience, avail now, I believe, I urge, don't miss, can do it, and one of a kind. So these are keywords that you can use in persuading readers and in writing your persuasive paragraph. Now, are you familiar now with the different patterns of idea development and their grammatical signals? Very good. I know that you can already use them in expressing your thoughts and emotions about a certain topic. Yes, you can do it. Now, let's face some challenge. We will have a short break so you can do the tasks. You'll be doing activities on page 11 and 12. Use a separate sheet of paper for this. Remember, the activities are found in page 11 and 12 of your module. Good luck!
The Radyo Z-Eskwela program of the Division of Davao de Oro is being brought to you by Nueda Builders Construction and Supply Incorporated, Maverick Builders Incorporated, Mitch Construction and Supply, Archicons Architectural Construction and Supply, DB Construction and Supply, Hanaway Builders Corporation, Phoenix Corvada Tagum Gasoline Station, Master Construction and Supplies, Mackenzie Builders, GP&H Construction Incorporated, Metro Gear Construction Corporation, NEN Builders and Development Services Corporation, Max Mays Enterprises Incorporated, We Inc. Construction Company, Rangay Construction and Supply, East Sussex Enterprise, WM Construction, Councilor Boogie and Miss Marjorie Vertodazo, Icon Builders and Supply, and Apex Mining Company Incorporated.
Hi, we are back. We are now in the third part of our on-air session. So how's the task? Very good. I know that you're enjoying the task. For your reference, you can view the answer at the last page of this module. For now, we'll have some practice activities to master the skills on identifying patterns and grammatical signals. Now, this is identifying the pattern. To develop the following statements, you have to identify the suitable pattern of idea development to be used in each paragraph. Write your answers on a separate sheet of paper. Number 1 is done for you. After reading to you the situation or the statement, you'll be given 5 seconds to write your answer. Now here's number 1. Having a good study habit can greatly contribute to a person's academic success. The suitable pattern for this is cause and effect. So the cause of a good study habit and then the effect is academic success. Now you'll start with number 2. Number 2 here is germs can be classified into several types. Again, germs can be classified into several types. Ready, go. Okay, so what do you think is the pattern for number 2? Very good. General to particular. Next, number 3. Despite its contribution to the economy, cigarettes should still be banned for they pose as a threat to people's health. Again, despite its contribution to the economy, cigarettes should be banned for they pose as a threat to people's health. Go. Okay, the suitable pattern for number 3 is very good. Claim and counterclaim. Number 4, statement. Swimming is the best sports for senior citizens. Again, swimming is the best sports for senior citizens. The suitable pattern for this one is go. Okay, what's the pattern for number 4? Okay, great. For number 4, the suitable pattern is persuasion. We have to persuade that swimming is best sports for senior citizens. Number 5, global warming is the biggest enemy that the humankind is facing today. But there are many ways to combat this problem. Again, global warming is the biggest enemy that the humankind is facing today. But there are many ways to combat this problem. What do you think is a suitable pattern? Go. Okay, for number 5, the suitable pattern is great, a problem solution pattern. You are now a master of this day's topic or lesson. Now, the next activity is you're going to connect ideas. You have to complete the paragraph by filling in each blank with the appropriate grammatical signal found or given in the box. You can use grammatical signal once. Then identify the pattern of idea development used. You will only have one example or one paragraph, and the rest will be in your module. Now, for letter A, you'll have here the words to choose or the words as option for your answers. You have, finally, there are those who claim, second, first, and I believe. Now, here's the paragraph. You can also refer to your module. Even though school uniforms are not mandatory, blank that students must be required to wear one for a number of reasons. Blank, it promotes safety since bona fide students can be easily identified, and it reduces security threats. Blank, it encourages equality since all students are viewed in the same way regardless of their socio-economic status. Blank, getting ready for school becomes faster and easier because many students save their time in choosing what to wear to school. Although blank, that uniforms take away personal freedom, I strongly believe that wearing uniforms is more beneficial. Now, I'll give you 5 seconds to choose the answers. Ready? Go! Okay, so let's now fill in the blanks here. Number 1, the correct answer is great, I believe. Number 2, the answer is first. Next, number 3, the answer is very good, second. Number 4, the correct answer is finally. And the last, number 5, the answer is there are those who claim. Who gets a perfect score of 5? Yes, congratulations, very good. Okay, now you're going to have your own paragraph. Now, yes, let us write, or you'll write. Your output will be submitted to your teacher. This time, you're going to write your own. Write at least a 5-sentence paragraph based on the following topic sentence and use the recommended pattern of idea development. Write your paragraphs on a separate sheet of paper, and the rubric is given to you in your, of course, module. The topic is bullying is rampant nowadays, but there are steps one can take to prevent and stop it. The pattern which you will use is problem solution, or maybe you want to have this one. There are several reasons why a child becomes a bully. The pattern in this statement to use is cause and effect. You present the cause and of course the effect. You can review the module and how it is done. Okay, I hope you have fun while learning today with me. Take note, mastery is achieved through regular or follow-up reviews and studies. This is Teacher Marian saying, always believe that you can do better each day. Bye for now and see you. Be safe.
Radyo Z-Eskwela Executive and Technical Working Committee. The school's Division Superintendent, Eufemia T. Gamutin Seso 5. Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Romel R. Handayan. Curriculum Implementation Division OIC Chief, Dr. Arlene B. Lim. School Governance and Operations Division, Dr. Ruben J. Riponte. Program Director, Dr. Arlene B. Lim. Assistant Program Director, Noemi P. Canales. Members, Cecilia Morales, Dr. Hilda A. Opena, Dr. Eldecris B. Calzadora, Dr. Dexter A. Sikinia, Nohara O. Pinute, Dr. Grace D. Pontillas, Dr. Renato N. Pakpakin, Dr. Andy P. Cabodok, Juanito Lapiceros, Engineer Norberto S. Manlangit, Ryan Villanueva, Jomar M. Dumupoy, Bob Daylan S. Milabat, Medard D. Apit, and Paz Eugenia Villusino. Technical Working Committee, Production and Communications, Lorily E. Quijano, Given G. Hinampas, Judiland T. Yu, Donna D. T. Bolifer, Mary Rose N. Resma, Riwen C. Manuel, Irene Leia C. Manguhon, and Bessie Aya N. Banyes. Social Media and Packaging Team, Christian Anhara L. Martesio, William R. Lanara, Joan T. Iscoton, Roberto S. Acusar Jr., May B. Istaniol, Richard H. Arellano, Ralph A. Tabanyag, Angelo C. Gutierrez Jr., Jade Karen R. Arais, Eliza May Garsuta, Sedi S. Caballero, and Jane S. Caballero. Sa Radyo Z-Eskwela, siguradong masaya. Right and only here at Z Radio 88.5, ang istasyong siguradong lingaw, siguradong kuyaw.
Sugata ang adlaw with a smile. Tune in na sa radio, been alive. Bisan na sa man good, listen to the music and it feels so good. Ay gundang ihangtod, napapuntagan pero lingaw man pod. Sa balay man o trabaho, bisan na sa man ka muadto. Giving you the best music, diri lang sa Z Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawan na probinsya, Z Radio. Sa Bulawan na Pasilya, Z Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawan na probinsya, Z Radio. Sa Bulawan na Pagsibya, Z Radio. Don't stop sa Z Radio, tagaan mong lingaw. Kay giving you the best music and everything, that's what make us proud. So turn your radio up, don't stop. Chillin' mag-tune in sa radio. All day, all night, diri lang sa Z Radio. Bisan o ka sa pakapadulong, sa balay man o trabaho. Giving you the best music and everything, diri lang sa Z Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawan na probinsya, Z Radio. Sa Bulawan na Pasilya, Z Radio. Kay ang adlaw siguradong lingaw, dili magpaulahi kay siguradong tuyaw. Para sa Bulawan
Kasipia, gikan sa Bulawanong Probinsya sa Davao de Oro. Kini ang Siguradong Lingaw.
Siguradong lingaw.
Siguradong kuyaw.
Siguradong kuyaw.
88.5 Z Radio.